We're back.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead.
Bane, thank you for the no quotes. Amber. You are Amber. Keep being Amber. Arigato. It's okay, Amber. I don't think this is a game you would enjoy watching. Let's real quick take a quick look at how much time we spent. Can't. I've currently spent 53.5 hours on this game. The save file says 47 hours. This is a slow-paced first-person dungeon crawler. This is my autistic special interest. Welcome in, Chance. Therapy, but Shin Megami Tensei is therapy, Chance. Bane, do you have the dates for these new quotes? Like, take your 3DS to therapy and just play some Strange Journey Redux. You want to hang out? Excellent. Hang out with us then. Have another sound alert.
That's right.
Yeah. I was out today and I was thinking, because the podcast I'm listening to is movie podcasts, and they're doing From Dusk Till Dawn at the moment. And I'm thinking, you know what? It might not be a bad idea to have a sound alert of Cheech Marin's legendary pussy rant from Dusk Till Dawn. Which would just be a funny one to bust out. Telehealth. That doesn't sound like a real thing. Alright, pussy, 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 come on in, pussy lovers. Absolutely legendary. Was this last session? I feel like that was last session. We are now up to 402 quotes, which is wonderful. Wonderful. The funny things I have debated, like I have genuinely debated, like going back and finding these quotes, like every one of these quotes in the archive. Some of them will not be viewable, because like some of them are from streams that were not archived. Like I know one of the more recent ones. This one? No, that was Banjo-Kazooie. This one, maybe, where I'm talking about the Legend of Chun-Li. Like one of them was from the recent Resident Evil drinking stream, which we don't archive for various reasons. Session 20th. Excellent, thank you. You're playing Dark Souls 2 right now. Bane. Bane, why? Thank you, Ben. Oh, not like a compilation, just like I can press a button and it'll say like the actual quote as and when I said it. You like the game, Bane? Bane, why? Like, we just go through them randomly here. Like, say, just press the button instead of the random sound alert.
Your words are as empty as your soul.
I have a button where I press it and it's like, Twitch doesn't want me to end Shadow Hearts. Twitch doesn't want bitches to leave. Or, there's no keyhole or handle to this door. Cool, you're a ghost. You're a bitch, Stinky. Just a dumb bitch. Eat shit, demon beast. In space, no one can hear you. In space, no one can hear you object to sexual harassment. Do you think it was a good idea to put the guy with one eye as a lookout? That dog can fly. That man had no dick. That spider fucked that room to death. Quick, Kudelka, cast cheese. Yeah, those slimes look like penises with penises. The Medusa heads. The bitches are back. Not a clock tower unless it's pissing you off. I'm gonna spray you with my trouble juice. I don't fucking play Tetramaster. Here's a good one. Send me your energy and I will direct it into the stream. I promise not to take your energy and feed it into my death laser. This gun is going to be maid of honor at my wedding. Dude, you've got to stop hitting the princess. That's one of the weirdest lines I've come across. This well is full of vinegar. What the fuck? It's time to kill Ripto until he returns in one of the sequels. I've heard of Monstrous Bush before, but this is a little silly. That's a good one. Doesn't even sound like something I would be able to say properly. You can boil it down to the Haradrim could have prevented all of this if they'd had more sex. Never realised Mog was such a dick. Billy Zane's hair in the Phantom is amazing. I wish I had hair like that. Gonna go kick Dracula in the dick. This is page 2. I'm just looking at the page 2 of the quotes. I don't want to thank the creators of the original arcade game. Fuck them. Alright, page 3, where we started varying things up here. Pinocchio is such a little shit in this game. They call it Blizzara, I call it Shotgun Ice. I love setting dudes on fire. My favourite part of the day. I can spend the entire week dismantling Klim's harem. There'll be no survivors, and I'll save Sabrina Carpenter for last. Here's like one of the crowns, like one of the crowning ones. Ah yes, the Jedi sex tapes that Palpatine liberated from the Jedi archives after Order 66, featuring all your favourite Jedi Masters. Shaak Ti, Adi Gallia, Yaddle. Like, that one's great because it's stupid. I feel like it was off the cuff, and it's also like, these are 3 actual, real Jedi Masters who are all women. I'm playing this again. No, fuck you. That's a funny one, because I've spoken. That's me talking about Castlevania 3, and I've spoken, like, yeah, I didn't want to play it again after I finished it, and then, like, 3 days later, I was like, I should do that game again. I had a lot of fun with it. It was a good quote. Like, it was a genuinely funny thing I said. I'm really happy with it. I watched it in its native Japanese, the way God intended. I'm gonna put this man's face in a deep fryer. Probably, like, the best simple one. I just want this game to be over. Which I said probably, like, 50 hours into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I can't believe I just found $1,000 in Eastern Europe in the 11th century. Amazing quotes. Yeah, like, if you want to try and hit 500 before the end of the year, chance, like, listen to the stuff I say. A lot of it is stupid enough to quote. Is Amber still here? We've not started the game yet. We left off. We are exploring Sector Fornax. Sector F. She's still here. Excellent. See the things I play, Amber. Are we all healed? If you're ever just want to see a quote, I have them set to pop up every now and then, but you can just type in !quote, and there you go. And it has the number of the quote itself, the game I was playing when I said that, and the date I said that on. Though for some reason, some of them don't properly display the dates, and I don't know why. I've gone back and edited them, and they won't display the slashes for some reason. Is my camera blurry, or am I just going blind? Some of them did get clips. The Mighty Hunter one. The Mighty Hunter one? No, the one where I was ranting about Alien Isolation. Like, you want to talk about Alien Isolation? Like, where was that quote? Almost there. It's the next quote, Bane. You were 1 number off. I'm looking at it right now. Quote 122. Honestly, I just want to smack this xenomorph in the face. Like, oh no, you're about to kill me, but you're also kind of posturing about it, and I have a wrench. Sure, you'll bleed acid blood and kill me, but I consider my death self dead at this point, and fuck you. That was me complaining after I'd gotten frustrated by repeated deaths with bad checkpointing. And it's like, okay, so I'm locked into a death here now? Like, I'm going to die, but the alien is taking its time doing it? Yeah, bollocking the alien is like fucking bullshit. That is also actually a clip. Bane did clip that as well as quoting it. Did I heal everybody? Are we good? Yes. Alright, let's go and play Strange Journey. Okay, so one pathway is fully done. And we're going to go and do another one. How is everybody doing today? Chance, you said you had therapy. I hope it goes well. Amber, you said you're going out soon. And Bane, you said nothing. A strange start for today's journey. It's like, oh no. Oh shit, Nyx. That's not Nyx, that's Reap, that's Hell. Do I still have Hell in my party? I don't remember. She's a good demon. Also a lot bigger than you think she is. Yeah, it's okay. So, I have previously cleared 5 sectors. We are on Sector 6. The bosses of the first 4 sectors have come back. And they're like, we have been reborn through the womb of the goddess Tiamat. And now we can access our true power and our true forms. And we're going to get revenge. I've killed 2 of them. Because they are still bitches. And I have made it very clear that when I'm done, I'll be ripping the womb from their mother so they cannot be born again. Being coffee and trying to get awake enough chance. It's like 1:30 PM. I'm doing okay, Ben. I'm doing okay. Do I have fire? I do not have fire. I have a gun. Gun. I know I figured out what this guy was weak to. I love my gun. It's such a good gun. You work nights. Usually wake up 1 to 3. Yeah, I fucking hated working nights. Garbage. And it's like on your days off as well. And you're just up. And it's like, okay, cool. I can watch the streamers that I like now. So I can watch Teak playing Dragon Quest 8. Like, cool. And I'm sat there, like, watching Teak's entire Dragon Quest 8 session. And then he finishes, wraps up, and goes to bed. And I've still got, like, 4 hours before I go to bed. That was the time I beat God of War Ragnarok. Because, like, there's nothing you can do. You can't go out anywhere. You can't really do anything. Awful. I feel like this guy is not going to be weak to fire. Nope. You son of a bitch. Weak to light. Thank you, Griffin. Yeah, like, you don't get the idea of how frustrating it can be to work nights until you're on your days off. Like, I had a week off during that period, and my sleep pattern just snapped right back to days. Was I gonna use Rook for anything? You done? You are done. Do I want Dakara Bria? That's kind of a shit set of abilities. Griffin's done. Was I getting anything out of Griffin? Chimera? Chimera? I was saving Grendel for something, wasn't I? It was only Friday when I played this. Why have I forgotten everything? Orochi is 10 levels away. Koto Blepas? Maybe. I really do need to hold on to... I already got you, didn't I? Yeah. I really need to hold on to somebody with healing. Oh, it was you I wanted Tropos. I remember. Because I want to get all 3 of the Fate Sisters. I don't remember what the combination was to get the 3rd one, Lashis. See, there's hell. I do still have her. I'm not using her to fuse Legion. You can fuck right off with that. Sleipnir. Sleipnir chance. Well.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me.
Honestly, this is most of the game, Amber. Like, moving through the dungeons, the battle you saw, and menu navigation. This is the majority of it. Like, you wanna get into what I like really enjoy. It's this. Probably autistic. But thanks for hanging out, Amber. Hope you have a good night with whatever you're doing. It really is, right? And like, I can make Legion out of anything. Look at that. Oh yeah, I was saving up for... I was waiting until I hit level 50. 51 for Alrune. Sexy plant girl. Yeah, you have a good night, Amber. You take care, and hopefully we'll catch you another time. Next year will probably be a really good time for you to watch the stream, because we'll be doing more varied stuff again, with the main stream this year only being RPGs. But who knows? I appreciate you coming in to hang out regardless. You can have one more sound alert. Just one.
What is it? Is it titties?
Perfect. Alright, so Kingu and Strigoli I'm saving for Alrune. Did I really still not get anything of value out of Inferno? I could get Grendel. What else does Grendel get me? Loki with Kingu. Alright, okay. Grendel with what? Hell becomes Kudlak, but that's level 56. So probably with Griffin, wait until level 52. You love my deep knowledge of what, this? I think it helps with this that for the most part they reuse the same demon designs over and over. So you just recognize them. And it's like, oh, I recognize her, she's a Fate sister. And just like remembering the name. Amuk. Oh, Egyptian crocodile. I like that we're bringing in Mayan and Aztec stuff. I do not know how the fuck to pronounce any of it. I never did get Anzu, did I? Why was that? Zeodyne, Rampage, Fizz Boost. That's with Grendel. I really wish I could get something useful out of Inferno. What's my current party? Okay. You're done. Don't need you. You're done. Get you in the party. Right, I need somebody else then, because I have the pieces of everybody else. Yeah, so it's like right here. This one. So it's like the having Clotho pop up on it. I'm like, okay, 3 Fem demons, one of them being Clotho. This is a Fate Sister thing. So I was like, okay, we'll get the Fate Sisters together so we can unlock this fusion dynamic. At one point, the third Fate Sister, Lychis, did pop up as a fusion option, and I didn't take it. And now I don't remember how. I don't remember what the combination was. I still need you. If I have to wait until level 56 to get Kudlak, to get something useful out of Hell, I will, because I am not using her to fuse Legion. Like, look at that garbage. You're inheriting one ability from these things? Fuck off. This is basically it, but I want to lose Black Frost for this. Black Frost is my backup boy. My rotten soldier. My good time boy. How much money am I on her? Not much. Okay, let's take a real quick look at the Demon Compendium. Fortuna, I'm gonna summon you. Give me something neat. Fortuna, you have let me down, and I am heartbroken. Do you understand how little money I have right now? Alright, give me something evil. Aureus. Okay, we ain't summoning anything else after this. Doppelganger. Did I get Hariti? I did not. Basilisk I got. Rakshasa I got. Balor I didn't get. I got Long. I got Guijian. Dominion I'm pretty sure I had. Yeah. Let me double check the compendium. Eh. Did I ever get Arachne? I did get Arachne, alright. You know, for being an accident, that's actually a pretty reasonable outcome. Because that's not a bad skill set. Who else could I have fused to get Manticore? These two. But yeah, getting... Okay, so it would have Zeodyne, Poise, Moody, and Toxic Sting. Okay. Ending up with Agidyne and Life Gain on top of that is a good combination. Like, that was a good accident. Stuff like accidents being required to like end up with specific demons that you can't otherwise obtain is one of the main reasons why I'm like, you know, I am never going to attempt a 100% compendium run. It ain't worth my time. Who the fuck are you? Invisible demon, you say? I did get one of you guys, didn't I? The Kai ones. Yeah. Excellent. Die. My gun is so good. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a BRB. Hopefully this won't take long. And we're back as soon as we can.
Rules of nature!
And we're back.
Psycho Mantis.
Apologies for the extended BRB. We are good. Thank you, Ben. And good news, because of my foresight, we've managed to set the ads, so there is not another ad due for 2.5 hours. So we can just keep going. Thanks for sticking around, Ben. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Panda. I hope Chance's therapy goes okay. It's fine. Counterpoint, eat a dick. Alright. Focus up on this. Okay, you know what? And we'll do that. And then you can focus your Zeo over here. And high chance of instant expel death. Will it work? It did. Surprise. So how's Dark Souls going, Ben? Dark Souls 2. The Dark Souls that I have no interest in playing again. Boy, let me tell you, like, playing through Dark Souls 3, if Clem hadn't been playing through Dark Souls 2 at the same time, there would absolutely be a part of me that would be like, maybe I just didn't appreciate Dark Souls 2 at the time and I should give it another go. But seeing Clem play through it, like, around the same time I was doing Dark Souls 3, like, so much of it was still frustrating to watch. Like, I'm seeing, like, I don't like this I don't like this concept. This was pretty cool, but it doesn't make up for, like, all this other stuff I don't like. PvP in Jolly Cup? How is the PvP? But yeah, if Clem hadn't been playing it at the same time I was doing 3, you'd probably be seeing a Dark Souls 2 replay coming up at some point. And I don't think anybody would enjoy the result of that. Your favourite PvP of the trilogy or favourite game of the trilogy? Well, this is suspicious. Favorite PvP? Fair enough. My buddy Jesse always, like, really swore by the PvP of Dark Souls 2. Or just swore by Dark Souls 2 in general. Alright, well, I guess we're not doing that. And I don't know. Given that I don't really engage in multiplayer all that much in these games, I don't know how I would generally feel about it. That's fair. It is new It is technically new content in an experience you've already done. If I'm feeling bold next year, maybe we'll do the Elden Ring playthrough. Which I've heard described as like what Dark Souls 2 wanted to be. Or like really taking a lot of cues from Dark Souls 2. Probably start something new in a week or two. I recommend Astral Chain. Just generally, I guess. What do I recommend? You really don't have a Switch by this point? I'm surprised that you never ended up picking one up. Tokyo Xanadu was a game I quite enjoyed that I never finished. And that wasn't even a case of, like, I stopped playing it. Circumstance kept me away from the PlayStation for a while. And then by the time I was able to go back to it, it was like, it's been too long, and I feel like I won't remember how to do what I'm doing, because I was, like, pretty deep in the game. That's a game I've had on the list to do for stream for a long time. Still 300? Christ. I was in CEX today, and they had some interesting stuff. The highest end model of the Steam Deck, the 1TB OLED, 670 now. But they have Switch Lites going for like 120, I think. The problem, of course, with the Switch Lite is that you can't connect it to a TV. I did see they had Silent Hill 2, the copy I have with the cardboard box. The making of DVD, they want 90 for that now. 95, 96 maybe? Pricey. Switch unboxed, 145. That's the red and blue. A 64 gig OLED with the white Joy-Cons, 155. Original Switch in grey, 130. Switch Lite pink, 100. Switch Lite turquoise, 95. It's like, they're there if you wanted them. This is just CX. They do like brand-wide pricing. As far as I can tell, they only like I can't imagine anybody in store decides prices. It's got to come at a much higher level because it seems to be brand-wide. But the one I was at today was Ashton. Oh, excellent. Oh, fuck, that was what I saw today. I I remember seeing something that I was like, Bane might be interested in this. And I didn't do anything else about it. They have an analog pocket in there. And you started on the Ashton one? Yeah, I feel you, man. Yeah, they had an analog pocket there. It might have been green, which I didn't know they came in. They also had an Iron Neo Pocket Air Mini for 100, which, like, I don't think they really know what they have with that. Yeah, and I thought the analog pocket might be something that could potentially interest you, but it's a lot of money for the ability to just play cartridges. Alright. Analog pocket black. Did they have it in green? Was there a green one? Because I wasn't aware. Yeah, there is. 380. Analog pocket in green. Natively, the analog pocket plays Game Boy and Game Boy Color. I know that. And then there's separate adapters for it that came out. This just isn't fucking happening. Nate, and I know you can just straight plug in Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance cartridges into it. And then there are adapters you can get for it that allow you to plug other stuff in. Here we go. Analog pocket. Out of the box plays Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. Has a physical cartridge slot. Except most Game Boy pack titles. You can get little adapters for it as well to play Game Gear, Neo Geo Pocket, and Pocket Color, Atari Lynx, and TurboGrafx CD stuff. And, like, it's a super high resolution screen. I think, if I remember rightly, the idea was that it was like 10 times resolution of the original Game Boy. It's not personally something I would go for, because I don't really care about playing cartridges. I'll happily emulate for the difference in price. Apparently, they have analog 3Ds, which is the FPGA system they did for Nintendo 64. For better prices than I would have expected. Like 350. If you remember, like, a long time ago, we were talking about the possibility of me trying to pick up an analog Super NT, which was the Super Nintendo FPGA system. And then eventually I was just like, for what it is, the amount of money I'd be spending on the whole thing for what I'd get out of it, it's not worth it. absolutely emulate it. A Super NC would be nice. Like, if Analog properly shipped to this country for, like, reasonable prices and such, and you could pick one up reasonably, I'd be like, yeah, I would love to pick up a Super NC. But they don't, so your options are really get it through a third-party reseller, which adds so much more money to it. And at that point, it's also like, would it just be a more reasonable idea to have a real, like, an original Super Nintendo and then get, like, a retro Tink, which will do, like, high-quality upscaling on that if I want to play on cartridge? Because at that point, you're not even playing on actual hardware anymore with the Super NC. It is still emulation, it's just hardware emulation that you can use cartridges with. Alrune, finally. And like years ago, I would have been all over the idea of the analog 3D, whereas like play N64 games. Because if you remember, I spent so long trying to get a reasonable video quality solution out of the N64. And while I was ultimately happy with what I ended up with, like, it was never great. But I'm also past the whole, like, let's be real, there's a snobbish aspect to the idea of playing on real hardware. And so there was a point where I was like, yeah, playing on real hardware is fine, it's kind of ideal. With the realities of, like, space and time and cost, I was like, I'll happily emulate. And I just needed access to a method to allow me to emulate, which was the PC. Like, to emulate the higher quality stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a part of me that would still love that kind of thing. There she is, Lachesis. Would you like to join me, pretty lady? I don't want you for your body. I want you for your soul that I can fuse with your sisters to make something cool. And I think, like, ultimately the dream of the whole idea is, like, okay, having original hardware, playing original cartridges on the original system is the dream, which requires, like, so much space and so much money and such. But also, if we end up at that point, like, also a CRT So I wouldn't need a Super NT or an analog 3D or anything, because it would have the original style outputs and it would look fine on an old TV. That would be the dream of it. Yeah, I remember you talking about wanting the Hyperkin Superboy. I'm not sure what the solution you would be after for Super Nintendo would be, because you're specifically after it for playing your non-European cartridges, if I remember rightly. Like, with me, the big thing with me was the N64, trying to work that out. And what I ended up doing was picking up a Japanese Nintendo 64. So, like, anytime you've seen footage from me, like, actual N64 footage that was, like, taken from the console, like, recorded or streamed, that was the Japanese N64 I picked up. And I spent a bunch of time looking into it. And the cartridges on N64 are all the same shape, it's just the little indents on the back are in different places depending on the region. And different region N64s have different tabs inside the cartridge slot that can be removed. Like, not even that difficult. Though the reason I got a Japanese N64 was actually for video quality, because I wanted an NTSC console. Because they had the PAL N64 required a specialized S-video cable. And S-video is like the best video quality you can get out of an N64 without modding it for either RGB or HDMI. And the HDMI mods were expensive. And RGB still wasn't going to be amazing on an HD TV anyway, so I didn't bother with that. Yeah, so I ended up logging into that a bunch. Found out that it doesn't matter what region plug you're looking into, you get, because I was looking into, like, will I need a... Will I need a Japanese plug and an adapter to a European wall socket? And it's like, no, the N64 takes the same plug. The transformer box you get that plugs into the actual N64 from the N64 plug converts the voltage of whatever it is into what the N64 needs. Every region N64 needs the same voltage requirements, and the plug you get with it that has the big box on it converts that. So it doesn't matter what region you're in, as long as you've got the region appropriate plug. Which was convenient. I know if you got yourself an American Super Nintendo, you can get an adapter for that will play Super Famicom games. Though again, like, how worth it any of that would be. It's a real shame the Hyperkin clone systems were just never that good. Because, like, there's not just the Hyperkin Superboy, there's also, like, the Retron line, which turned out were not very good. And were also basically software emulation you could put cartridges into. I'm looking for love. Oh well. I'm all out of love. Also don't damage pins or cartridge, yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff with the Hyperkin systems where you could play your actual cartridges that had so many problems, I would just never consider getting one. For whatever reason. Like, for any reason. How far are you from just, deciding to pick up, like, whatever? Like Super Nintendo? Like, not even bothering with the cartridge, you just want to play the games? I was hoping that'd be a bit more successful. Thank you, man. Yeah, boiling down to the JRPGs we didn't get, that, like, at that point you are gonna have to do, like, either emulation or flashcards. What are you? I don't have you. Alright. Unless I want to do Anzu. Yeah, let's do Anzu. Yeah. And Super Nintendo flashcards, I spent a bunch of time looking into them personally because, again, there was a point where I was like, play on actual hardware for whatever reason. And, like, you've got a few options on the Super Nintendo side. The best of them, I think, is the SD to SNES, which is pricey. But the point of it is that it emulates... It's supposed to emulate all of the, special chips, like the Super FX chip, whatever the chip was that Capcom was using in Mega Man X2 and X3, the Super FX2 chip and such. Because if you're just using a regular flash cart without any of that, then it's not going to play stuff like Star Fox or Mega Man X2 or supposedly Yoshi's Island. I've heard conflicting reports on whether that uses a special chip. Hey, Panda. There we go. Nice. I'll be feel better soon, Panda. Yeah, I think, like, especially at this point, the best solution for it is to set yourself up with a comfortable emulation situation. Thank you, Panda. And, like, it's been pretty simple for a very long time to get a setup that can play up to PlayStation. Beyond that has been tricky. But it's gotten easier as time's gone forward and just more powerful processors have become more widely available. So we're absolutely at the point where you could probably pick up an Android TV box and use it as an emulation box. And like then it's just connected to your TV, you can hook a controller up to it, and you can play all your favorite games. And all those Super Nintendo JRPGs we didn't get. Like Bahamut Lagoon and Treasure of the Rudra. Treasure of the Rudra, one day, baby. One day. And Lapis no Ma. And Kyoyaku Megami Tensei. And Front Mission. Though we did get Front Mission. Yeah. There's some really good stuff out. Yeah, so just focus on you. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. Plus, like, the convenience of emulation is really nice. Plus, like, I've spoken openly about it before in regards to, like, the handheld stuff that I do, the emulation handheld stuff I do. But, like, being able to use save states to stop and start at any given moment. Super robot games, yeah. I've only played original generation on DS. So I don't have a huge amount to contribute to that. But I know it's a popular series. Excellent. Plus, ROM hacks. Like, I've got a Final Fantasy VI ROM hack I've been made, developed from a single Twitch streamer. That's a good way to get an interest. I imagine, like, over the years, you've gained an interest in a few of the things I've played. Because I play some weird shit. Yeah, there's a Final Fantasy VI ROM hack I've been meaning to spend more time with called Revised Old Style Edition, but there's also one that might be a little more interesting called Divergent Paths, which does a few things differently. The most notable of which that I'm aware of is it allows you to have General Leo join as a permanent party member. It's like ROM hacks, another great thing. Perfect. Oh no. Yeah. A lot of great stuff. Lots of great stuff. Even handheld stuff like I think the first time I was like, okay, I want to play this handheld game on TV with a controller where I can just sit and play and not worry about battery life was Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. Chance is back. Welcome back, gents. Don't you mean goddess, damn it? Dragon Quest fan. But yeah, like ROM hacks, definitely something worth doing. Playing a handheld game like this on a screen, I think, is kind of a nice benefit. As I say, I was playing Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth on my Vita, and there was a point where I was like, I'm super sucked into this, and I want to keep playing, and my Vita needs to charge. And I used a grip with my Vita that covered the charging port, so I didn't play it while it was charging. So I just plugged my memory card, my Vita memory card, into my PSTV and just kept playing it there. And I beat it there. It was great. The latest human fashion. Listen, if you don't want me to look down on you, don't crouch. How did therapy go, Chance? Are you cured now? All cured, no brain issues? Excellent. Now we just need to deal with your physical issues. Yeah. Just talking with Bane about how even if you really don't want to, emulation, like, day by day is more and more appealing. Even if you want to have your physical collection and play your physical games on actual actual hardware. Body isn't simple, but it's like one from The Legend of Zelda. Let's guess which temple from Zelda Chance's body is. The time stream is the best therapy. It is, because I bully you guys so much. I say that, I mostly just bully Clem and Chance. Maybe a little bit of bullying to Flame. That's kind of it. Dr. God King Emperor Chrono. MD, PhD, Esquire. That's a joke we have in a different server. If your name begins with a C, you get bullied. Because we know what C stands for. Careless. It's like the one thing that was of real note in the Spectre movie. Ah, fuck. Where Ray Fiennes as M is talking to the guy who played Moriarty in the Sherlock TV series, who is codenamed C. And he pulls a gun on M, and M reveals that he's got the bullets to the gun, like he's unloaded the gun previously. And it's like, we'll know what C stands for, don't we? And everybody, I feel, who has ever seen that movie is thinking, like, Ray Fiennes isn't going to say cunt in a Bond movie, is he? And he didn't, and it was another disappointing moment in a disappointing movie that was boring as fuck. So here's a fun one that just crossed my mind. Chance's body. Dalton would deliver the best version of cunt, but because Ray Fiennes is specifically playing M, it's like, which M would deliver the best version of cunt? Because, like, part of me feels like Bernard Lee would do it really well, but I'm also like, Judi Dench could probably deliver the most vicious cunt you have ever heard. That was, yeah. The funny thought just crossed my mind. What temple would Chance's body be? And the thought crossed my mind, the Spirit Temple, because it accepts both children and adults. Yeah, it's like the nastiest thing I've ever joked about. Like, the only other thought I had in my head, like, the Shadow Temple, because it's full of blood. And, like, weird liquids and bones. Oh, boy. No, the Spirit Temple joke would be a lot funnier if we'd done the female playthrough of Persona 3. Which, like, friendly reminder, when we're going to do that, we will absolutely be showing off the Ken romance. Things that humans need to live, but not Inhumans in that temple. That's right. Chance's body is most like the Great Deku Tree, because he's all wood. He's very wood. Alright, these guys are going to resist physical. Alright. I'm a plant, but I am also full of spiders. Oh, goodness. That's nasty. Water sample, did you find some way to piss me off? I don't think that's true. I think I have pissed you off far more than you have pissed me off. And I think it's mostly because I'm just a very funny person. Your body could just crumble at any given moment, that pisses you off. What is the most decrepit and decaying temple in Zelda? I feel like we have to go outside Ocarina of Time for this one. Yeah, it's not really falling apart. Arbiter's Grounds, maybe? Because like, I'm trying to think of something that's not just spooky. Because it could be like, oh, what about... the Earth Temple in Wind Waker? But it's like, that's mostly just spooky and full of ghosts. But like, the Arbiter's Ground is, like, pretty decaying. Like, in an absolute state of collapse. Am I hitting on you? I'm not interested in women. Did I say that? I'm interested in guns. Yeah, I think Arbiter's Ground probably is, like, the one. Yeah, because again, I was thinking, like, Forest Temple, maybe, but the Forest Temple is just haunted. You also thought first? My body is old, full of spiders, other people's hands, and also the ghosts of 4 women. How many hands do you have inside your body? It's impossible to tell. I don't think that was worth it. Chance, no, the ghosts of 4 women. Like, the bodies of 4 women isn't as funny as the ghosts of 4 women. It's okay. I edit the quotes anyway. I like a specific formatting to them. There we go. So that is quote 403. Yeah, I need to reformat that a little bit more. Go. Perfect. See, we can get there. We can get to 500 before the end of the year. Okay, Manticore's done. What can I get out of Manticore? Nothing of value. Not for a while. What are you? Okay, Fire Pigeon. And Mushusu. Mushusu. Alright, well, I guess for the minute we're just gonna throw Alrune in the party. I'm so tired of these dark rooms. Listen, lady. Join my party. Yeah, girl. Passionate. Fuck. Oh well. It's absolutely a crapshoot. Like, will not disagree with that. Especially because, like, the same demon type can give you the same question and accept 2 separate answers. So it is rough. It's entirely possible. Like, there may not have been a way to win that. But with it being a full moon, it's entirely possible that me saying that she's sexy would have led to her just outright joining the party immediately. You can never predict it. I've heard the dialogue trees for demon negotiation in the original Devil Summoner are really elaborate. And that's like one of the main things that's been holding back a real translation effort. You're charming. Alright, bitch. Yeah, it's not a system that I hate. But it does also mean that the aspect they give you early on of, like, you haven't heard a demon with this speech pattern before. Like, it really makes that feel like, starting off, it's like, okay, you can probably figure out what will appeal to them based on how they speak. You can't. What about you? Don't be so hard on yourself. I knew she'd hate that. What about you? Yes. Yeah, why not? Join my party. I've already got you, so I'll, like, just throw you into a fusion. Excellent. What can we get out of her? I don't know if it makes gameplay more difficult, specifically. Because, personally, I don't really know how I entirely feel about it. Like, it never make... I don't think it's ever enough of a problem to just outright turn me off anything. That's not a good lineup, because I've got everything there. Again, good luck. Not there. More difficult because you can't cheese dialogue, yeah. I feel like that might have ended up feeling like a thing I ended up being able to do in Persona 5. Because Persona 5 brings back demon negotiation from Persona 2. No, nothing yet. But Persona 5, like, it does feel like there was a specific way of talking to specific demons. I'm just a human. It's nerve-wracking. Some of these women feel bipolar at times. Alright, so this is a dead end that loops back on itself then. What else do we have? Yeah, I got Alrune. Did I not put on the thing we took out Way? What sound it looks? It is still there, right? Alright, let me get rid of that. There we go. Sorry about that, Bane.
What is it? Is it titties?
It wasn't that long ago. This is a demon I was waiting to fuse out of 2 demons that I had previously. I just needed to hit level 51. You're charming. You bitch. You'll be back for like 20 minutes. It feels like longer. Damn. Damn. Bitch. It's remarkable to me how effective Rock Bullet has been. You want to join the party? 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 Excellent. Speaking of peer pressure, actually, it's nice. I think it's nice that this game doesn't have the demons interfere with you when you're negotiating with other demons. Because boy, is that annoying. Damn it, the only one I haven't got already, and it's with somebody I haven't got the source from yet. SMC5 has them interfere. I remember Nocturne did. And, like, until I end up experimenting with it, I assume that's what all of the games end up doing. God damn it. There we go. Exactly where I figured it'd be. Alright, save point. Bitchin'. Ah. Alright, let's see how this goes. I've got a lot of health now. I call it recharm. I could never be in another one of those corridors ever again, and it would be too soon. Powerful Demon is gonna get his ass kicked nearby. Bring out the lads. Alright, boys, suit up. We're gonna knock this motherfucker out. Black Frost. Grendel. Manticore. Yeah, that's probably what I want out of the group I've got so far. So if we've been doing this in the right order, that would mean next up would be Hawkos, the chunky bitch. Gun. Man, imagine being weak to getting shot. How could you ever live that down? Oh. Hmm. Many demons have guns. Doppelganger looks like it has a gun. There's also, like, specific gun type attacks that plenty of demons have. Oh, better just press on. Ain't going back. And one day you get stung and go, oh, I'm allergic. Which is weird, because I wasn't allergic yesterday. I forgot Osa is one of those rare enemies that gets 2 attacks. Which makes sense, because it has 2 swords. The fuck was that, pal? It was rude. His friend wasn't invited. Know how to open hand catch yellow jackets and bees and carry out building. Don't know if you're allergic, you know, been stung. Is Klim lurking? Klim isn't lurking. Next time you see Klim, tell him that. And then say skill issue. That's interesting, like... So below just used Miragidine. Awesome. And Black Frost repels it. Below nullifies it, but the reflection wasn't nullified, which is odd. Because usually that is nullified. Like most SMT games, they'll nullify. Like if I cast fire on a Black Frost and the Black Frost repels it, and I'm immune to fire, it would just nullify the reversal. And it's one of the big reasons why I think repel is less useful than null or absorb. Because it works for absorb as well. If you repel onto an enemy that absorbs it, that's a heal for them. I don't like that. Where is this chunky bitch? Oh, it's here somewhere. Finally. Wasn't hiding, dickweed. I mean, I guess it makes sense that the true form of the endlessly gluttonous pig is a bottomless void. I don't know which of these is law-coded, which of these is chaos-coded, and which of these is neutral. Honestly, I was wondering if it was going to be a demon that's just fatter, so I could make the joke of like, oh no, Eggman's got fatter! Sonic, it's an emergency! Eggman got fatter! I'll live on as a ghost. I'll live on fucking your mum. You notice how he's conspicuously placed to the right? Alright, lightning it is. And fire. Alright then. Yeah, so what he's going to end up doing is the same as he did in his Holocaust form. He'll end up summoning a demon, who he will then eventually eat to gain health. Now let's do another war cry and then do it. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, so it's kind of fascinating to consider generally how mostly pointless buffs are in this game. Oh, miss. Because, like, if there is a ceiling to how much you can buff or debuff any given character, the game doesn't make it apparent. And so many of these bosses have the Kunda. I expected all of that to end up worse. I guess you could say Horkos can eat this. And then, like, just kill the pig. Yeah, boy! No, if it was Mirage, sure, but, like, no. Why would you have a coffin in hell, Orcos? It's redundant. I'll already be dead, you moron. Stupid ass. Again? Not Clemena's. Need to find a way out is what I need to do. I think the really convenient part of it is this is the second demon. It's like the mission pops up, defeat the 3 demons. This is the second demon, and the first demon, when we defeated the first demon, it also did the thing of like, there's an emergency, we need to go and investigate this thing immediately. Though with that, it was also a case of they dragged me right out, rather than having me make my own way back. Full heal, bitch. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Excellent, 52. Okay, reset the party back to what I had before. So Tropos comes back, Alrune comes back, and who was I still? Yeah, I was still doing Anzu. And see what there was a fusion I could make at 52. I can already do Orcus. 55, not quite there yet. I don't know, it's not all that impressive. And 2 weaknesses? Like, Moloch is definitely a better call. Um... 52, you. Oberon. Was this available a minute ago? I feel like I should have noticed if that was the case. Gaia Haran. Let's see. Yeah. Oberon. And then it was you two for this one. I feel like I'm only really willing to spend sources on neutral demons. Something with Zeo. Something with Zeo. Fudan, actually, that's not a bad one. What do you have natively? I can miss that. Miss that. Warcry I will probably want to keep. True Lobotomy, sure. Ice Boost. Yeah, all 4 of those I'd like. All 4 of those and Warcry. So Buffodyne counter, Ice Boost, True Lobotomy. I definitely want Ice Boost if I'm having Bufudine. There we go, that's exactly the result I was after. Stare down means nothing. Whatever this skill would end up being didn't matter. Anything for you. Did I have this one? I did. Okay. And then another level, and I confuse Anzu and Alrune into Tauti. That is a garbage setup. Oh, nullify physical and gun? Great. Nullify darkness? Great. Weak to every element. But yeah, I think these two are a good result. I'm happy with them. Save the game. Normally I wouldn't return, but... we'll have to come back. But yeah, normally I wouldn't return, but I'm not going through that maze, that darkness maze that's on the floor above this. What up, bitches? I'm back. I mean, let's be fair as well. Clemenez stayed in their territory to spy on them. I don't really think there's a situation where they could catch him and it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, there you go. And what are they saying? The Black Demonica does look so cool. Okay. Experiment labs. You've been experimenting on demons? Right, well... What are we going to do about Clemenes? So we could bust in because they can't use their weaponry without compromising their space-time location. Because they're using their own power source to create it. And any fluctuation in power could bring the whole thing down on them. I mean, I can beat them. Tyler has a point. Like, if they're willing to experiment on Clemenes because of what he did, they could very easily turn around and say, you know what, that worked pretty well. We should get the rest of them. Let's rock and roll, boys. Exercise every available ability. Well, I know there's one thing humans are weak to, and that's gun. They're just capitalists. Yeah, they made it very clear they were here for the sake of money. Imagine being weak to gun. I'll have to imagine it in a minute. Well, I guess we'll find out. Alright, I got a rare former. Can you do anything with it? Another former? God damn it. Is it a new sword? What do we got? Holy Knife. $113 up to $118. That's good. It's just an increase in power. Yeah, not gonna disagree with that. Holy Knife. You've been stabbed in the gut with my snazzy blade. New guns. Both are better than what I've got. What do we got? Electricity. 2 to 3 strikes, but it's on random foes again, which, I do love my revolver. What about you? All foes, 1 shot. And it can do ice, which I don't have a huge amount of, but I feel like I have less lightning. Plus, I think hitting all foes is probably going to cause more trouble than hitting random. So we're going to get this. Thunder Ring. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Thunder. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Thunder. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Nope. Kick into a guitar solo. Any side quests? Nope. Alright. Alrighty. Alright, we got the thing. We're going to save. I'm going to do a quick BRB to hit the bathroom. And then we're going to go and invade Jack's squad space. So, prep yourselves, because now we're fighting the most dangerous enemy of all. Capitalists.
You're a no good killer.
And we're back.
Look at those monsters!
You're about to. What is going on in my Discord? Oh, that's where Clem's been. Good for him. Terra Enigma Rebirth? Bane, they're remastering Terra Enigma. Maybe? I'm honestly surprised it isn't like a collection of Mana scenario where they just bundled the Quintet trilogy together and released them on Switch or whatever. Soul Blazer, Illusion of Time / Gaia, and Terra Enigma. Terra Enigma 2, Electric Boogaloo. Jack Squad HQ. Let's go teach them what happens. Alright. Honestly, I really should be playing through the Quintet trilogy. I did take a quick look at Soul Blazer a few months ago. I was surprised at how stiff it was, but I shouldn't have been, I guess. And I've never played Terra Enigma. Really? You sure about that? Alright, pal. I intend to go through all of them at some point, like when that'll be, who knows. But it will end up being on stream. How do you feel about Gun? How do you feel about being charmed? How do you feel about being electrocuted? How do you feel about dying? They're immune to darkness. They're immune to curse. It was in self-defense. Like, was it? Is that why you died so quickly? I have a feeling these guys are not going to be weak to anything. A lot of health. Oh, we already know about electricity. Just gotta get charmed first. There we go. Everybody focus your fire on this motherfucker. Shoot this motherfucker. What was it you said? Yippee-ki-yay. Motherfucker. That man didn't die. Not happy with that. I came here to kill people. Well, the ship's right here. Let's go get healed before we go any further. Yo, they attacked me first. Like, I'm super justified in what I did. Because they attacked me first. Like, I'll admit, I was going to attack them anyway, but they did it first. I'm in. I don't think it's so much as I'm getting criticized as it is like Arthur was hopeful that we could avoid conflict, but he recognizes that they opened fire first and there was nothing I could do. Oh, one of them's bigger because he's a sergeant. He's just on his tippy toes. So one thing I'm really appreciating about this playthrough that I wasn't able to appreciate about my original playthrough back in the day, back in the before times, before the Empire, is how much of this game is like a real love letter to classic SMT. Which is interesting to consider in the frame of time it came out. No, I played this in like 2009. Because, like, you'd had classic SMT, you'd had SMT 1, 2, If, OG Persona, which is still very much classic SMT to a point, Devil Summoner, Soul Hackers, and then, like, you'd had Nocturne, which was a different kind of thing. I would consider Nocturne to be, like, the first of the modern style SMT games, I guess. And then Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2 follow a very similar pattern of gameplay idea. And like continuing the press turn system and such. And so, like, given that there've probably been like only the 3 new style SMT games, I think it's really curious that this is kind of such a love letter to classic SMT design. When you would have expected something like this to come out maybe 6 years later. Like, maybe after SMT 4 and 4 Apocalypse. To be like the Final Fantasy 9 of its series. Welcome in, Clem. We're killing the humans. It's time for capitalism to end. We're now entering a spirit of cooperation, a time of human endeavour, beyond cash. You really would expect something like this to have come out so much later than it did. So I think it is kind of really surprising that there hadn't been that many of the new style SMC games. You see, Clem? You just have to believe in me. I will unite us in the spirit of mutual cooperation, and together we can be better. But first we have to kill them all. You know who else was one man? Jesus. Yeah, so the idea here seems to be that, like, they may have gotten the demon summoning program as well, and they've been recruiting demons and using them as tools, and then as soon as they stop being useful, they're just experimenting on them in, like, the most inhumane ways, presumably not even using anesthetics, because why would you care? They're demons. But it's like, here's the fun part. The demons are living, breathing, thinking beings. They are intelligent. It wouldn't be acceptable if they weren't intelligent, but the fact that they are makes it worse. Some people are ugly, Clem. Doesn't mean they don't have a right to live. What about the kid from Skyward Sword yesterday? Listen, I don't want that kid in my house, but I will fight for his right to live. Okay? Yeah, me and Clem will end up fighting each other in an SMT game. It was always going to happen. Yeah, change that. Rakam. Mudoon becomes Rakam. How ironic. Ah, now I'm law-based? I didn't want that. I'm just doing the right thing. I've skewed too far. I feel like it's probably the main issue I have with the alignment system in this. Maybe a little too often, it feels like the good options, like the good person options, are law. When it's like, no, law isn't good. Law is fanaticism, mindless zealotism. And if there's one thing I am not, it's mindless. Excellent. I look forward to that for you, Boone. You missed the horrifying things that have been happening. But the good news is you'll probably be able to sleep tonight. There we go, that should have pushed me a little further. I will not give in to mindless fanaticism. Stand by my own morals and my own judgments. And those judgments do not mesh with either law or chaos. Let's go back. Was it the act of, like, actually killing the demons that made me skew towards law there? Because I felt like that was a good thing to do. It's a mercy killing. Like, it's not a good thing to do, but it's the best solution of a bad situation. Hmm. And there's nothing to analyze in a human, because why would the demon summoning program analyze humans? I mean, that's pretty fair. We are basically in a battle to the death. Guess where you're going, pal? To hell. Say hello to Louisa when you get there. I don't need a Tropos to stay in the party. I did get her demon source, didn't I? Yes. Fusion with a Tropos? If I wait till 54... Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Garudine, Agudine. Mix it up a little bit. The lightning. I wonder how we could get it open. Sneaky. It's interesting that these aren't considered chaos-aligned humans. But I guess given like what they're doing, what their motive is, they're definitely not lawful, but they're arguably not chaos either. Because chaos is all about Darwinism, like to its extreme, the survival of the fittest. And they're not really that, they're just about money. You know, this is actually a really good skill set. Do you like that I'm the strongest person in the party? Hmm. Well, that's that. Let's head downstairs, I guess. The most likely place for Captain Jack to be is the lightning, so we'll need to figure out a way to open its hatch. Definitely give it to these soldiers, they're pretty hardy. I just feel like they should be dropping way more money. Hey, you're killing humans that are only obsessed with cash. Cool. How much cash do they have? Going down. What are the sick experiments we're going to find down here? Motherfuckers. Guess I better find somebody to ask for the code. Excuse me, sir. Do you have Prince Albert in a can? You do? You better let a poor guy out of there, then. I think this was a dead end. A grenade. Guys, it's Louisa. Okay. Ooh, look at me. I'm making people happy. I'm the magical man from Happy Land in a gumdrop house on Lollipop Lane. Oh, by the way, I was being sarcastic. Chance, have you met Louisa? Excellent, glad you enjoyed that. Chance, have you met Louisa Fair? She's barefoot for some reason in this place. You should be there to see it transpire, as his friend. Well, that's concerning. It's like prior to this, she was just an odd presence. Now she's actively ominous. It's in moments of true adversity that true power is unveiled. Or achieved. Or whatever she said. And it's like, this isn't going to end well. The endless cycle. The song may be different, but the notes are the same. And the heroes always require... The heroes that aren't the main character, that aren't the hero, the lore hero and the chaos hero, always require some kind of outside help to achieve comparable power. God damn it. Cool, can you see in this place? Could you send me your imager program? Don't be a dick. Help a bro out. But yeah, it's like, if you remember when we did Nocturne, when Chiaki was brutalized, basically. She didn't have the power to stand on her own 2 feet in the Vortex world. And so she took the remaining power of... What was the faction called? I can't remember. Like, she took the remaining power of the god. Like, the godhead guy. To become a pseudo-fiend. And Isamu, Chance, absorbed the power in the Amala network to also become a pseudo-fiend after he was close to being lost in there. The Law Hero and the Chaos Hero always require additional aid. And they always turn to whatever source they can for it. And it's usually not a wholesome source. Because there's no such thing as a wholesome source. And like I say, it's the same note that repeats. It happens in Nocturne, it happens in SMT1, it happens in SMT4, it happens in this. It's the same note that repeats. And I think the concept of the story is they fall to extremes, whereas you have the potential to rise above that and find your own path. I think that's the purpose. Because, like, narratively, it makes sense. Narratively, I think it's an interesting aspect. Cool. Why are you holding a gun? Where's Clemenes? Swear to God, if you shoot me in the back when I turn away, you will absolutely live to regret it. But you won't live much longer than that. It's like, I know you could consider me saying that, like, the Law and Chaos Heroes always give into, like, a desire for power to maintain the level. Like, keep level with the protagonist and such, and, like, keep themselves able to stand in the world they're in. Like, you could consider that a spoiler. But I think, like, the fact that it happens so often, it stops being a spoiler and becomes a recurring thematic element. And the details that matter are how and why. There we go. Because the exact hows and the specifics of whys are surprisingly varied across the series. And I think a good example of exactly how varied it can be is coming up with our Chaos Hero. It's like, oh, it's a spoiler, it's going to happen to the Chaos Hero. It's like, Louisa Fair basically just said it's going to happen. If you didn't get that, you're not paying attention, at which point, I assume you don't really care about the story. But, like, you compare what's coming up with the Chaos Hero and what's going to end up happening with the Law Hero in this, to what happened with Chiaki and Isamu in Nocturne, who, like, I wouldn't even call them Chaos and Law heroes. Chiaki may be a Chaos hero, Isamu is not a Law hero. But Nocturne doesn't run on, like, the strict line of Law, Neutral, Chaos. That's not helpful. Alright. How much cash am I on? Building up slowly. Hmm. What was the passcode? Clemenez sucks. Like, wow, it's kind of childish and petty, isn't it? Like, what do you expect? They're here for the money and they're really stupid. Don't worry, Clemenez, I'm coming to save you. Clemenez! I'm sorry, fusing demons and humans? Souls? That's right, Clemenes. I came for you. No, Security's not asleep. They're dead. Clemenes! Yeah, I don't think there's actually a real choice here in this. I wouldn't agree with that, Clemenes. Well, I mean, he still seems to be in his right mind, at least. Though his anger is absolutely clouding his judgment. I don't think we ever decided on a person in chat to represent Zelenin, did we? And we never even considered the idea of having anybody represent anybody else. Yeah, I absolutely understand him being angry. But anger makes you do stupid things that you'll regret. Clemenes does fit really well. I am very satisfied with that. Punched through it? That's a lot of power. Hello, Jack. I guess that leaves just you and me, Jack. You know, you talk a lot, and yet you don't say anything, really. Sakas are a pain in the arse. Right. Let's try Big Fire, Warcry, and Wind. Damn it. There we go, Fire. You better fucking believe I want those motherfuckers gone. First turn, they've cast Bomb on 2 party members. Not having any of that. So for those who have forgotten, Bomb is a status effect which, when hit with with over a certain threshold of damage while Bomb is afflicted, you then explode, which is likely to kill the person who has Bomb afflicted on them and do major damage to the rest of the party. Clem, in this stream we say titties, not tit. Titties. You're gonna go, but Clemenez. What about Clemenez? Have you seen in Teek's stream that he set up a thing, like, I apparently say titties often enough that he set up a titties as a command, so if you say titties in his stream, the clip he made of me going num 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 pops up. So, We don't have a weakness for Jack. And the big issue is him healing himself. See, look how big a heal that was. But he's also not doing anything else, which is odd. There you go. And he stopped healing himself. Maybe we'll get somewhere. That's nasty. Good thing I've got a shitload of beads I've not been using. His defenses are really odd. Yeah, so that's clearly 1 to 3 hits with a random focus. If that focus is on me all 3 times, that could be an unavoidable game over at this point. I won't have the health to outlast it. Yeah, I remember this was something of an issue I dealt with when I played Persona 4 for the first time, and I was up against Shadow Kanji. And he had an attack which hit randomly, I think. It's been a long time since I've done OG Persona 4. But the way it worked meant that if it hit the main character twice in a row, that was it. And because it targets everybody, it wouldn't cause your party to save you if you'd got their social links high enough. It didn't matter. Yeah, I didn't restart the game. I let time run out. And then Igor sends you back a week. And then I spent like the entire week grinding up to the last minute. And after that, I was very diligent with my grinding, and I never had an issue like that again. Like, not that the rest of the game was easy, but I never had that issue again. Yeah, I think I was looking up at the time, like, what I can do about it, because I didn't want to restart the game. Like, it's pretty, like, a substantial amount of time into the game. Even though it's only actually the second dungeon. Still a lot of time into the game. And I found that if you let the time run out, Igor will send you back a week and let you restart from a week before the deadline. And like I say, after that, I was very diligent with grinding. I never got close to running out of time again. Because I'll admit, on my first playthrough, I was very loose with it in the Shadow Kanji dungeon, and it absolutely bit me in the ass. Like, I learned my lesson there. Looks like you're finished. No. No, we don't. Well, all your posturing, all your speeches, all your talk about how you had custom demons and all that power, and what did it amount to? Jack. Oh, there is absolutely something you can do. Die. Clem. Clemenez gave his life to save Bugaboo and fused with him, and now he has the power of demons. This is your representation in this game, Clem. Clemenez. You're still wearing pants, though, so that's okay. Yeah, it looks like you're starting to lose it, Clemenez. You might feel perfectly fine, but like, one, look at you. Two, you are being very erratic. Your psychological state is clearly unstable. I guess that's Jack's squad dealt with. Alright, that's good. Step forward. Sun mirror, moon mirror, star mirror. What are we gonna do with Clemenes? Physically sure, but it's the mental aspect I'm concerned about. We should wait and see. Cool, but if we start treating him with suspicion now, all it's going to do is push him into whatever endgame we're going to get to. We'll just make an enemy of him. So you're saying make him a prisoner? Hmm. Alright. Yeah, I need to hit 53 for that. $54 for that, but I also need the source from Oberon. None of that's useful. Hmm. I do feel like I'm on edge a little bit with the demons that I've got. Like I'm hitting a bit of a wall. The fact that human and demon confuse is in itself, like, really concerning. Hmm. You are right about that, Mabe. It was his choice to the end. And I don't think he ever regretted it. There we go. New enemy search. Alright. And that also means the likelihood is that the invisible demon that's prevented us from going further is a Sora. Alright, back to the command room, we'll have a quick save, and then we'll head back out into Fornax. We've hit 50 hours, people. You ever think there was a DS game you'd put 50 hours in? Let alone more than that? I say that having a copy of Final Fantasy Tactics A2 that I lent to Bane years ago that he put over 90 hours into. I got it back and looked at his save file and like over 90 hours. Which, like, respect that. Wish I could play one of the Tactics games that much. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll get into them. Alright. I certainly put more time than... like, probably more than 50 hours into Devil Survivor, considering I did it like 2.5 times. Going down. Oh, you picked it up for yourself? Nice. If there was an ability for me to transfer your save file to you, I absolutely would. You know what? I want to try and get Nyx. I want to try and get Hell again. Keep calling her Nyx. Really? Shame. Well, I guess you're gonna die then. You know what, actually? Let's try with the Kai one. Alright. But yeah, I really do want to try and get into tactical RPGs. I'm just so bad at planning, generally. I'm... You guys are all regulars. You've all been following the stream for years at this point. You've seen me play so much. You know I'm a really good improviser. And, like, hell, compare previous SMT games where, like, I've made plans and then forgotten to actually implement them, and then just improvised my way to success anyway. You can't do that in tactical games. It requires actual planning, and I'm so bad at it. And beyond that, my attention span has never been good enough for them. I get really kind of distracted, I guess. I have trouble focusing on them. But I've got a bunch of tactical RPGs that I want to try and use to get into it. Like, I'm thinking... Like, I'm thinking it could maybe go the same way as dungeon crawlers did, where I didn't really enjoy them. Then I played this, and this got me into them. Oh, shit. Langrissa? Really? That's not one I've had on the list. I've been thinking, like, Tactics Advance might be a good one to get me in there. Maybe just try and dive headfirst into Tactics Ogre. With, like, Tactics Ogre Reborn, perhaps, or just the PSP version, the PSP remake. Or, like, Triangle Strategy being a more modern game. Like, might have some nice quality of life features that can help me deal with it. I think the real trouble is, like, don't have an overt safety net. Because, like, I beat the Birthright campaign on Fire Emblem Fates, and there was absolutely a point where I put the difficulty onto casual, the one that lets you, like, not deal with permadeath. Good start for the genre. I felt like it would be, and I know its story is considered to be really good and, like, underrated. Just use revival beads. Like, don't even bother going all the way back. I've got revival beads. Langrissa. What's the one I'm thinking of? There's Growlancer, and then there's another one that I end up getting confused with Growlancer, and I can't think what it is. Yeah, it's about making the time for it. I think Tactics Advance being essentially a standalone game in the Ivlis Alliance would probably do it for me if I decided to stream it, like if I stream it. Which is always the best way for me to focus on a game. Is it Langrissa I'm thinking of? Listen, pal, I'll be with you in a minute. No, I don't actually need that. Da 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 digga 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 digga. Growlancer, Dare Langrissa. Is it Langrissa I'm thinking of? Is the other one? I confused with Growlancer? I know there's a PS2 game in whatever I'm thinking of, but there's no PS2 Langrissa. I don't know. There's a wild amount of tactical RPGs on DS as well. Like, there's the Valkyrie Profile spin-off Covenant of the Plume. Hoshigami. I think Heroes of Mana is... It's either a tactical RPG or it's an RTS, and I can't remember which. The two Fire Emblem games. There's more, I just can't think of them. Yeah, get Harati now. Harati. It's a shame the only thing you're taking out of that is Recon. Ukulele. Right, I'm currently still working on what I have. Alright. So, I mentioned I was out today and I looked in the CX, and they had a new 3DS XL there. And what was the price? Like 270, 370? Like more than it was last year. Like significantly more than it would have been last year. So like yeah, it's clearly true the 3DS line is raising in price. I did just save, didn't I? Yes. Alright, here we go. There he is. Let's see, gun, physical, ice, wind. Probably not fire, but we should try it anyway. Ah. It's kind of absurd how much of this game I have spent not having a dedicated healer at in my party. Like, for the most part, healing has been something of an afterthought in this game for me. A lot of it has been very specifically War of Attrition. War of Attrition? No, what? That's not the right term, because that's extended. Like, it's been just hit each other until one of us dies. Listen, my friends call me Mecha. You can call me the Judge.
Catch you fuckers at a bad time?
No, I want the other side. Even further down. Alright, they're warning me. Let's put Black Frost back in the party. Asura! Just I think you weren't going to show your faces. Sorry, you're a woman now? Ashura? Listen, I know you're saying things that you think are important, but you're also bent over, and your butt is in the air. I need you to, like, stop that before we talk serious. You're distorting things. Here we go. Hit him with a big fire, hit him with a big ice, hit him with a big wind. Ah, shit. Jeez. And that could happen again at any moment. Okay, so not wind. Try fire. Try ice. Ice. Perfect. Not fire. Okay. Alright. Oberon, come on down. And I just so happen to have 2 demons with Bufudine. And I was planning to use a bead chain this turn anyway. Give her a little war cry. Well, I guess it's a good thing you're now a demon, isn't it, Clemenes? Because otherwise, she'd just kill you for being human. And no, you couldn't fix her. Nope. Doesn't matter. This is a being set on eliminating humanity to reclaim the Earth. There is no convincing. Give me a little Diaharon. I'm pronouncing that wrong. Ah, shit. Not the time to miss, my guy. Diarahan. We're almost there, guys. Don't kill yourselves. Really? Don't fucking miss. Okay, need you to fucking wake up. Fortunately, I did it. She's dead, Clem. You ain't gonna convince her of a damn thing. Hmm. Cool. Do I get anything for it? Yeah, that's the thing. So long as their mother, Tiamat, still lives, he can rebirth them as many times as they need. So I guess I better go and have a word with Mother. Go and get myself a full heal before I do anything, though. I'm level 53 now. Yes. Alright. There was something... there. Tattooey. But I'm not done with Alrune yet. Right, so it's just Tattooey. Which is a Law Demon from 2 Law Demons. Alright. Alright. I guess let's see what's below. Bit of electricity for you both. You hit her. Neither of them are weak to ice. So give her a bit of fire. Perfect. There we go, that's Alrune done. And now we can fuse Alrune to get that new demon. Or is it with Anzu? I'll ruin an Anzu? Yeah. For Tauti. Which, like, complete nullification of physical skills is great, but at the cost of being weak to every element is rough. Like, it's really not pleasant. Am I going to regret this? We'll see how that rolls. Or at level 76. Also, Chance. Is Chance still here? No, Chance left. Chance didn't even say goodbye. That's a real shame. I'd like to talk to Chance about this Thor design. Doppelganger, Grendel, Sarasvati. That motherfucker. The fat elephant one. That's a different design from normal. Again, weak to so much, but the reflect physical means it is such a pain in the ass to run across if you don't know about it. Bikini. And Thor, right. Alright, let's go. A maze? Entire battle of unknown demons? Surprise. Son of a bitch. That's a curiosity. Enemy weak to 2 elements. Tauti and the Throne. It's always kind of a mildly interesting thing to me in SMT games to, like, as you get further through the game, you climb the hierarchy of divine enemies. Like, from Angel to Archangel to Power to Dominion to Virtue and, like, beyond and beyond. Eventually ended up at stuff like Michael and Uriel, Raphael, Gabriel, Mecha-chrono. Yeah, I think we're going to call it here. We've gone for quite a while, and it's been quite nice. Good progress. We've dealt with the entirety of Jack's squad. We finished off both Orcus and Ashura. Clemenes has now fused with a demon, becoming the true embodiment of Strange Journey's Chaos Hero. And we are making our way towards Tiamat. Where we'll go after that, who knows? We'll have to find out. But that's going to do it for us today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Excuse me. Big special thank you to being in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Chance, Bane, Panda, Clem, was Teak in the chat? I think Teak was. Amber was here. And I believe that was everybody. Yeah, I feel like it's been a good stream today. Good progress. I cannot really say how far we are from the end of the game. Things are heating up, but they're not rushing to a conclusion. And like I'm pretty sure I know what the final sector is, and we're still a ways away from it. This is probably going to be, what are we on now? Session 14. It wouldn't surprise me if this ends up being a 20+ session playthrough. Which, like, how crazy will it be if the game with the most sessions ends up being a DS game, a handheld game? But I'm still enjoying it, and that's the important thing.
If he's so smart, how come he's dead?
But, with that said, there's not really anything else to say, except thank you all for watching, have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.